morning, Your Honor.
All right, this is November 9, 2022. The case is State of Ohio Plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV. We begin another day of trial. We're going to do some preliminary things here before having the jury. I think the jury is summoned or instructed to show up at 9:30 today. The defendant is present in court with his attorneys, John Parker and Richard Nash. The state is represented by the prosecuting attorney, Rob Junk, and by special prosecuting attorneys, Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Ryan Scheider, special agent with Pike County, with Ohio BCI&I, is present also in court. We yesterday went through a few tapes. The court sustained objections to some of them. Reading my notes, I believe that maybe it was 229 that was indicated had been sustained. It was actually, I think when I was ruling on that, I said it was partially sustained. I think it had material in it that I felt was probably unduly prejudicial, but there was one statement in it about knowing that they were being recorded that I thought would be admissible, but if we took out the rest of it, I think that was 229. I think we went through all of these. There were 8 that I understood that the council may listen to and decide for the maybe more information around the context of the tape or recording to decide whether additional portions should be added, and we were going to argue about that today, I think. So, has council done that, or were you intending to do that this morning, or when did you intend to, or did you intend to do it at all? I guess.
Yeah, Your Honor. We, with my understanding that I was supposed to do that, I guess, that I was supposed to listen to it and see if we agreed with some of the things, and I did do that. The only one I was unable to do was 3164 because apparently there's 2 calls by that same number, and I was provided the other call, so I still would have to do that. I think that's a fairly short one. I don't remember, but anyhow, I think there's like 11 minutes that I need to listen to for that one. So I can't do that. I have not done that, but that's towards the end of our discussion. So I don't know if the court wants to take it again and just go through those 8 ones, or...
Yes, we could do that. Let's see. The first one, and numerically here, is 626.
Your Honor, that one we agreed to play it all.
It what?
We agreed to play it all.
Okay. And you, how long is it?
Oh, goodness.
Is 626? 626. I believe it's 21 minutes total.
Okay. So if it's all played, then there's no objection to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that was our request, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
The only thing that's going to have to happen is we're going to have to switch. We're going to have to switch out the audio, and we're going to have to switch out the transcript on our PowerPoint. And you know how we had them all printed up. We'll have to do that.
Okay.
But hopefully, you know, with the jury coming in at 9:30, we get it done before then.
I say, so the defense is withdrawing objections at 626, and the entire tape's being played, or entire recording. Then there would be 150.
Your Honor, as to 150, our opinion is that we leave it the way it is. At the beginning, this starts at 2:59, so 2 minutes and 59 seconds into the call. Prior to that, George was on a call with Angela, and you can only hear bits of that, and obviously only his side of that. And then he hangs up, and that's when he, you know, starts confronting Jake. And this, so then it ends at 5:30, and the rest of that it's a 15-minute phone call. We're playing 2 minutes and 30 seconds of that. And I should correct that. It's not a phone call, it's a recording in the truck, right? So, and you really can't hear what's being said after that. And there's just a lot of truck noise. Basically, unless they're yelling at each other, it's really hard to hear in the truck. So I would say there's nothing that is on the remainder of the call that puts any of this into context. He's talking about being upset with Jake because of the whole Bethany Ann calling, Sophia calling Bethany Ann mommy, and then that how that affects his son, and then he's saying that that Jake would rat him out. So that, you know, there's nothing in the remainder of the call that puts any of that into context, or that is relevant, or either relevant to the case or relevant to this conversation. And I frankly couldn't hear anything that they were saying after that, so. You know, it doesn't provide context.
What was the objection of the defense?
Judge, we had asked that the whole thing, I mean, it's all equally as relevant. I mean, I agree with the state that relevance is an absolute question here, which is an issue that we had at the beginning part, but the entire call is needed or the entire recording is needed just to put this small segment in the context.
What else did they say on the call?
My notes just say that we need the entire call for context.
Yeah.
Have you listened to it? Do you know if there's anything you can hear on the other remainder of the call?
Yes. In fact, we could probably play it here. I think the state is prepared to play the recording, so if we're...
Well, it's prepared to play the recording that we have.
Or we just objected to the whole thing coming into...
Your Honor, the doctrine of completeness is if it provides context, and again, it also has to be relevant. We're trying to isolate parts that are relevant. Again, this is 2.5 minutes out of 15 minutes. Voices. Really.
Well, you know, here, I'm not sure what they're talking about, but, and maybe somebody could fill me in on this. What I'm looking at is a transcript that says, you know, when I get home, you know what I get to do. I get to explain the cold-hearted, stupid truth to him, so thank you. Now, what cold-hearted, stupid truth are they talking about?
Yeah, Your Honor, this is actually in conjunction with another call that is coming in, where Angela is confronting Jake about the same thing. It's because they have told, because Sophia is supposed to call Bethany and mommy, this upsets the apple cart because Bullvine believes that Angela is his mommy, and now George has to tell him the cold-hearted truth that in fact Angela is not his mommy. In conjunction with the other call that is coming in, and will be played, in fact, I believe, before this, you know, it provides that sort of context. And I don't know what the phone call is between George and Jake. I don't think that's one, or George and Angela. I don't know that that's one that we are playing, but I could certainly try to isolate that, and that might provide the context, you know, because he hangs up with Angela, and then he confronts Jake about this.
Judge, if I could, with respect to call 150, we don't necessarily need to play the very beginning of the call, but we want the call played from where the state has suggested it starts through the end. All right, and that's what we think is important. As far as if you look at the very end of the transcript.
150?
Yes,
Yeah.
call 150. We think that last phrase, for example, needs to be put some context with everything else.
There's no context. There's nothing that comes after that.
Well, look, if there's no context, I mean, how does the jury take it? What are they supposed to understand? Are they just supposed to guess what it means?
Well, the ratting him out, that Jake is would rat him out, I don't think there has to be context for that.
Well, except the whole stupid truth. What truth are we talking about? Is somebody somebody's grandmother rather than their mother? And is that what they're ratting out? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it is the state hopes to get from this tape. What are you trying to convey to the jury?
Well, first of all, that whole beginning thing is that they're upset because of the bovine issue. At the end, it's, you know, yeah, Jake, every time I tried to get away with something, I couldn't do it. Then they let you get away with it, or instead of that day. And then he says, every time I try and do something, you rat me out. I swear, I ought to go to BCI. He's the one who did it. He's the biggest rat there is. He would rat out anybody. I think that's relevant. You're talking about he's going to rat you out to BCI.
I'm sorry, where is that?
That's the very last line, Your Honor. Right there, there's a couple of things.
It's the following conversation after that that puts that rat.
What is the conversation? You can't even tell me what it is. How can you sit here and say it gives context when you can't say what it is?
Well, it's a short conversation, let's play it.
It's a 15-minute conversation.
Do you have the transcript, full transcript of it? I mean,
Pulling it up now.
okay.
We can go on to the next two, Your Honor, because 3851,
3851?
I think that was one, right?
Yeah, that was it.
We're just going to withdraw that. And likewise with 5539.
What did you say
I'm
about
sorry.
3851?
We're just going to not play it.
Oh, so you're just withdrawing that? Okay,
Yeah.
agreed.
That was the Olympics conversation. And then 5539, likewise, we just are going to withdraw. That was the one where
Okay.
it was, you've got nothing to worry about, they can't have, and then it gets cut off by a voicemail.
All right, so you're withdrawing that one too.
Yes. And then 502, we are agreeing to play all of that. That was their request,
Okay.
with the caveat that we have to, you know, switch that out. I think 502 was the next one.
All right. And then,
17306, I don't agree that that provides context. They had asked to play it all.
what was the objection to 17306 from defense?
Yeah, if you could give me just one moment. This is one that was provided. This is a 9-minute and 24-second call, I believe, between George and his mother. I believe it starts around 3.5 minutes, and then they skip about 2.5 minutes or so.
This is where he's telling the one that we're focusing on is basically him saying that they didn't want Chris and Randa to talk.
Yeah, we think this is, if you're gonna play it, then the whole thing, play the whole, just 9 minutes or so, rather than just 2 or 3 minutes of it.
How long is it?
It's about 9 minutes and
9?
24 seconds or so.
All right, so is there some reason why it'd be add 6 minutes to our day?
I mean, again, Your Honor, we can do that, but it doesn't provide context, is our,
Okay.
thing. I mean, at least it's not as long, so I don't know that we necessarily care, but
Okay.
we don't think the rest of it provides context.
All right, well, the defense feels it does.
Yes.
I have nothing in front of me, so I have two unsupported statements, one saying yes, one saying no. If
Yeah.
the state doesn't have a problem with it, nothing
Yeah.
in it prejudicial, then the court will order that the entire tape, the entire recording be played. 17306, only adds 6 minutes to our day. With that, defense would withdraw its objections, is my understanding.
And I can't talk about 3164 yet because I've not looked at that.
Which one?
The 3164, that's the one that I did not have the right 3164.
Okay,
Um,
so since it's the wrong one, you're just going to withdraw it, or?
No. We've got the right one. So what our CIU analyst crops down the audio to what we need for playing the court. I asked her for the raw recordings that I could take them and listen to them, and also the raw transcripts if there were any. She just gave me the wrong 3164, so I did not have it. So she'll be here in about 15 minutes.
So we'll have a whole new transcript too?
No.
No.
So the correct call is in our PowerPoint. I just was not able to listen last night to the full call.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So I think we start at 11 minutes or so, and so I think I have to listen to the first 11 minutes to be able to speak intelligently or semi-intelligently.
All right.
So basically, I think we're down to 3164 we need to revisit once I've had that opportunity. Both 3309, which is the last call, and 150, we do not agree that that is relevant and or provides any context. The 3309 is, they're talking about getting headstones for their dead grandfather. It's totally irrelevant stuff. So 3309, I think what we have isolated is pertinent and nothing else on there. At the beginning, they're talking about working for R&L and how he met some guy, or Jake had a conversation with a guy that said he thought he recognized him, and it turns out he knew Grandpa, and they're from Jackson, and it's totally irrelevant to anything. So we do not agree that there's any context provided by playing the rest of that, and that is a 32-minute conversation. And I don't know how much of that is transcribed that I can provide it to the court if the court, wants or want to play it or what, but.
So you have a full transcript that you're looking at there?
Well, see, no, because then it says call becomes not pertinent. When they start talking about the headstone. So I do have the full recording. But, this is, this conversation that we have isolated in 3309 is, sorry, let me go to what our 3164 is on what we had, so I'm not looking at 100 different transcripts.
Judge, if I could.
Yes, on 3309?
Yeah, on 3309, this is a good example of something we need to bring up. This is a 32-minute call or conversation. They have isolated about 37 seconds out of this call. If the court allows them to use just this segment of the call, I think the jury should be instructed that there are
Well, that's true of all the recordings, isn't it?
Yes.
None of them are complete, is that right?
Absolutely, Your
I
Honor.
know there
and
might
I-
be one or two, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would think that he would be able to ask that on cross-examination, or I can certainly bring it out from her. I think it's going to be obvious, and I think that was covered the last time. You know, we're only supposed to be playing what's relevant and pertinent and all that stuff. That's part of the interception warrant kind of idea, too. The court doesn't want you listening to non-pertinent stuff.
If I remember correctly, I think there's actually an instruction in the Jones case that talks about at least the transcripts not being the entire call. So that could be instructive with respect to if there is going to be instruction to the jury about this being just segments. That probably is a good instruction at least to take a look at.
You know, we're all familiar with the law and with how these intercepts generally work. The jury obviously isn't. And so, you know, my concern is if the jury is played, for example, 3309, and they hear this 37-second conversation, they think that's all there was. You know, and it's simply not true. It's 37 seconds out of a 30-some minute conversation, and the jury should at least know that, so they can put some context, that this wasn't the only thing they were talking about.
All right.
All right?
I may need the Jones site again. I read that. Maybe I have a copy of it even, the opinion. Is that the one also that dealt with the instruction about the listening aids?
Yes, that is the case that talks
Yeah.
about the listening
All
aids. Yes, sir. I give you a site, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
Yeah, I think I have. I may even have a copy of the opinion here. All right. So, and that's 3309. So I'm going to, unless there's some specific objection other than just play it all, I'm going to overrule the objection to 3309. But I do think the jury should be informed that this isn't the entirety. In many cases here, it's not the entirety of the conversation.
And Your Honor, to that end too, I mean, there's times that appear on the transcript that they'll be looking at, the listening aid that they'll be looking at. You know, so I think it'll be,
Yeah, that's the point. The listening aid is not evidence.
Yeah.
The listening aid is not
right.
evidence.
I'm just saying they're gonna be having that while it's playing, so they'll see that.
Right, but they shouldn't be seeing that necessarily.
Okay, well,
Because
you want them to
Well, they
know
should
that
be
it's part of it
contributing.
or not?
I mean, we don't want the listening aids at all. We think that it's clear enough where the listening aids are not appropriate.
Does that leave us with what, 150?
Yes.
Where are we with 150 again?
We disagree that that all of it should be played.
How long is it?
150, I believe, is, yeah,
22
21
minutes.
55 seconds approximately.
And
It begins somewhere 2:59. We think it's a segment selected by the state starts about 5 minutes into it. And ends about, I think they're playing about a 2.5-minute segment, starting about 5 minutes into it, at least according to our master. And the entire thing is 21 minutes.
Is there something that you can relate to the court as to the relevance to the other few minutes of it, or the other 20 minutes of it, whatever it is? Is it something that, I mean, I don't want to take up the jury's time listening to static or nothing.
I can tell you what happens immediately after, Your Honor. So when he says he would rat out anybody, okay, then George says something that is unintelligible, at least according to the full transcript that I have. And then Jake responds with, I'm the one that got him the $35 truck at the Lowe's truck stop the other day, supposed to be a $25 toy. Don't tell me I don't think of him. Dinosaurs, or he loves pickup trucks. You know what? He loves it. George, yeah, I agree. Jake, he loves it. George, you're getting crazy. Jake, either way, I spent $75 on that. I got Sophie a $25 unintelligible. And then it says, non-pertinent conversation continues about Bullwine knowing about Granny. George and Jake talk about changing drivers at midnight and how much sleep they get. The The call was minimized at 14:22, spot checked at 14:50. George says, how hard would it be to get Arnell to ship something out of Alaska? George says, might get a discount, how much it costs to ship our antlers and stuff on one pallet. It just takes some time, because trust me, you're gonna want them. Want some unintelligible with you. And then the call was minimized. So I don't see how that's pertinent, to be honest.
Judge, we'll withdraw objection.
Say it again.
We'll withdraw
All right, okay, to 150.
to 150.
I think that resolves all of them, doesn't it?
I don't think I'm. So 626 and 502, we need to decide the full call on the transcript
And 17306.
in 17306. And then I still need to check on 3164. Is that right?
Okay, so 626, the objection was withdrawn. You're playing all of that. 150, the objection is withdrawn. Just leave what 150 is as it is. Let's see, 3851, I think you agreed to withdraw that recording, so basically,
Yes, Your Honor.
5539, you're also withdrawing that recording, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
502, you're going to play it all,
Yes,
and
Your
with
Honor.
that, the objection of the defense is withdrawn since it's all being played. 17306, also you're going to play all of that,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the objection therefore is withdrawn by the defense. 3164,
I need to listen to that.
what is it?
That's the one that I was not able to listen to last night, that our analyst is supposed to.
Okay, you'll have to listen more to that
Yeah.
or something. After she gets here, maybe she is here already. And then 31, 3309, objection. Is that the one we just discussed that we're?
Yeah, you overruled their request to
overruled
play it
that
all.
one? That would be played just as well as it is here. Now, does that resolve them all?
It resolved all
Other-
the 8 ones that we had not discussed. And you also mentioned today that the 229, we can play the part where they say they know they're being listened to, but nothing else. So I'll have to look at that.
Okay. 3309.
229.
All right. I intended to instruct the jury, let me just read this in its entirety, and I'll look at some other, what we say about just being partial transcript. But, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing some audio recordings. With respect to each of these recordings, you'll be provided a transcript of the recording. These transcripts are being provided to you as listening aids only. They are being provided to you to assist you in understanding the audio recordings as these recordings are being played. The listening aids are not evidence. They are not intended to replace or overrule your understanding of what you hear on the audio recordings. The audio recordings themselves are the evidence. The listening aids are to be used only as listening aids and are not as a substitution for, and not as a substitution for the content of the audio recordings. Now, that's pretty much out of that Jones case. I feel like I probably should go on. We've talked about this, but my feeling is that those listening aids are not to go back to the jury room. Now, if they listen to a tape and they feel like there's some fuzziness there or something like that, they can let us know if they feel like they need some other instruction about the video, about the tapes. But my concern is if we send a listening aid back and and they have a question about the tape, they're gonna pull the listening aid, look at it real quick, rather than listen to the tape, because it's quicker. And I don't feel like that would, I think that would elevate the listening aid to evidentiary value at that point, which we're not supposed to do. So, and I'll look at something in the Jones case to see if there's something in there that talks about, but I think I'm capable of telling you it's not everything that's being played anyway, if I can't find some previous instruction. All right, so it's, we have about 45 minutes before the jury shows up, so maybe you can work out your
We need to
difficulties.
scurry around, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, at some point I'll have to come back about the ones before.
On the record now again, with the defendant present, with his attorneys, Mr. Parker and Mr. Nash. The state represented by Mr. Junk, Ms. Canepa, Mr. Wilson, and also present is Mr. Agent Scheider of Ohio BCI and I. Did counsel discuss and resolve anything with respect to, I think it was 3164?
No, Your Honor. I would just like to put on the record kind of where we're at. Logistically, we've been able to make the changes to the first 20 phone calls that appear, or conversations that occur. Basically, just before call number 502, which, if you'll recall, we now are going to play all of it. It's just logistically a lot to, not so much the audio, but to the transcript. Merge that. Same with 17306, and then 3164 appears in the second half of our phone calls. So what I would propose is we do have the first 20 change the way the court has instructed. I suggest we start so that the jury's not waiting down there, and then maybe we do an hour and a half for lunch so that we have enough time to get those others the way the court has instructed us to, and then we can also talk about 3164, if that's permissible.
That worked out pretty fast. Do you think we can get through 20 before lunch? I'm not sure how long it takes.
I don't know, because, yeah, I've stopped keeping track of how long each one is. Some are very short, some are lengthier.
All right. So with that, is counsel for each side ready to have the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, would the court be willing to reopen and hear a couple cases on audios 229 and 15811 in regards to the threats against Agent Scheider? We found some case law covering that.
What are you trying to do now?
The court would be willing to look at a few cases in regards to the threats against Agent Scheider. There's a 2018 State versus Gordon indicating evidence of threats or intimidation to witnesses reflect a consciousness of guilt are admissible as omission by conduct. That actually cites State versus Soak, out of the 8th District, which itself cites State versus Leonard, which is a 4th District Court of Appeals case, and it goes to say, evidence of threats or intimidation of witnesses reflect a consciousness of guilt or admissible as admission by conduct. We would argue that the statements made by this defendant on the wire, one of them in 229 discusses the defendant committing a violent act against Agent Scheider. That would be a violation, I believe, of 290702. Additionally, in number 15811, he's talking about that MFer doesn't want to start pushing me. He starts pushing me. He's going to have a very bad effing day. And we would consider that a threat, considering what the defendant was being investigated for at the time, and this being a threat directed specifically to the lead investigator on it. There's discussion that at least one point that Agent Scheider is listening in, and additionally, it's about head against the freaking pavement, and his brain is going to come pushing out his eye. That is at least felonious assault, if not attempted murder or murder. Under the circumstances, again, considering what this defendant is being investigated for, and Agent Scheider is well within his rights and the other investigators to consider this a direct threat and have to take precautions against him.
Which one are you reading there?
This would be 15811, Your Honor.
That one is in our second batch of calls, in the latter half of the day, I suspect. The 229 that he referenced is the one that you said we could play the part where he says, you're listening to, he says, Ryan, I know you're listening to me, and then goes on to make threats.
That's the one with the racist comments in it?
I think so. I mean, he says,
I'm not going to reconsider that one. We're going to leave that out. Now, with respect to 15.8.11?
We
I
can
mean, he
decide that,
says,
but basically,
he says black in there one time, but it's basically threatening
Yeah.
to rape him.
he's basically threatening to rape Agent Schreier. I'm gonna bend the MFR over and him with his own junk, throw a sausage in him. Basically, that is 29.702.
I think that's a rant. I understand what you're arguing, but I think that's a rant, and that's what I'm not going to reconsider that. I don't know about 15.8.11, does defense wish to argue about that one?
Judge, it's very similar to being a ram. It's not a true threat, as we discussed yesterday with the U.S. Supreme Court case law. The client's not charged with any criminal offenses with respect to the speech. Once again, these are interceptions when he's out of state, driving his truck with his brother, I believe. So we don't even know where he is, or the state doesn't know where he is. He's somewhere probably in the west. There's no immediacy to whatever he's saying. It's not a true threat. He hasn't been charged with any criminal offense related to his words or speech. We don't think it's appropriate for the court to change its decision at this point in time. We won't provide in advance of resolution.
Do you have something else, Mr.
Yeah, in regards to these threats, actually, Agent Schreier would be willing to testify that they were aware that the defendant and his family were Googling Agent Schreier's residence. There were some precautions that had to be taken care of under the circumstances. That he's saying these things, and yet they're trying to find out where Agent Schreier lives, and one can only assume that they're planning on doing something to him, especially under the circumstances of what they're being investigated for.
I would just say.
It's basically threatening to commit a
Look,
violent
in
rape.
context, I'm not, in context, it looks like on 158.11, the reaction is to some remark that was made. I have no idea what it was. It's not in the transcript. I don't know if it would appear in any part later or earlier what the remark was. It doesn't look like it's a reaction. It looks like the immediate context was a reaction to a remark made, not to the investigation itself. I don't want to open this up to error in that when we get into undue prejudice as a result of emotional reactions to comments or things like that. So I'm not going to reopen that. Let's get the jury in. Let's get these tapes played. They're coming in relatively late anyway. I mean, I should point out that we haven't had these, I think, exchanged until, now the whole thing were, but as far as identifying these and getting these exchanged, it's just been within the last 2 or 3 days. We just need to get it done so that we can get on with the case. So let's proceed with it. Is both sides ready to have the jury brought?
Yes, thank you.
Is the state ready to have the jury brought?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Today, you'll be listening to some audio recordings. With respect to each of those audio recordings that you'll be listening to, you'll be provided a written transcript of the audio recording. Now, it should be noted that several of these audio recordings that you'll be listening to include only a part of, and not all of, the conversation that took place. Now, the written transcripts that each of you will be provided are being provided as listening aids only. They are being provided to assist you in understanding the audio recordings as these recordings are being played. The listening aids, and that is the transcripts, the written transcripts, are not evidence. They are not intended to replace or overrule your understanding of what you hear on the audio recordings. The audio recordings themselves are the evidence. The listening aids, that is the transcripts, are to be used only as listening aids and are not a substitution for the content of the audio recordings. You will not have the written transcripts, that is the listening aids, with you during deliberations in the jury room. Now, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would recall Ms. Ebeslage to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again.
Hello again.
If you could, please state your name for the record.
Julia Ebeslage.
And Ms. Ebeslage, at the beginning of this testimony, I would like to focus your attention on the interception warrant that was obtained in 2018, or interception warrants, plural, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Speaking of that, can you tell us, first of all, if there was anything different that you guys did in 2018 when compared with 2017 interception warrants?
Yes, there were a number of organizational steps, I guess is an okay term for it. Supervisors had determined that we should try to better organize the second time around. We also had a bigger number of devices that were to be used. So we needed additional personnel from outside of the core investigative team. We just simply didn't have the coverage for all of that. So we had solicited efforts from other agents, other analysts assigned to my unit. And so we had to give better training, more case update type information. So we had what was mandatory briefing for anyone that wanted to participate in monitoring these devices. They had to attend this training. It was basically a case summary kind of thing with details about the Wagners and about the victims' families, things like that, so that they could have a better understanding perhaps than maybe all of the monitors did in 2017. So we attempted to just ensure that everyone had a better understanding the second time around, as well as just getting to know people who would be working together, things like that. And then the final step, we created a subject matter expert position for someone who would be for every shift in the wire room, which was, I believe we had 3 shifts running when the truck was gone. And so you had a person there that was kind of like a case expert. I was one of them. My coworker Dana was another person. There were other agents who were part of that core team that knew, from day one to that present day, what had happened, the details, all of that. And so those people were there as a resource for other agents or personnel who weren't as familiar with the investigation as the core team.
Okay. And can you tell us, is one of those purposes in order to determine what calls are pertinent and which calls are not?
We were certainly there as a resource. It was up to the monitor to determine if that call was pertinent or non-pertinent. They were the person actually marking that in the system. But for reference, for us, helping to determine if a particular conversation was definitely pertinent to the investigation, as a whole, that was what we were there for as a resource. So they were ultimately, there to make the decision in the system, but certainly we were there as a resource to say, hey, they're talking about this or they're talking about that. Is this something that we should continue listening to? And we were there, to say, that would be something good to listen to, or, just keep listening to better understand, things like that.
Okay. And was there also any legal training provided?
Yes. So as in 2017, and with every other interception warrant that is obtained, a person, whoever wants to monitor or be a part of the investigation with the wire, has to do minimization training. Again, it's just a briefing from an attorney and giving you kind of the...
I'm sorry,
Object to this.
basis is.
Judge, legal training for whoever monitors it is not relevant. They intercepted certain things.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
This is a training required by every interception warrant to monitor or participate in the investigation. So that was the same thing from 2017 to 2018. It's the same thing for every other interception warrant I've ever worked in my career. So.
Okay. And you indicated that you had more devices that you were monitoring. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we obtained warrants for the phones, and I'll have a slide breaking down all of the devices and the names of them, but simply put, we had phone interception warrants, and then we had devices that were placed by our tech ops agents inside the R&L carrier's truck that the Wagners were driving every week. So there were devices both placed in there, and then we had listening to the phone at the same time. If the truck was parked, we were not listening to the truck. We had advanced notice of when they would be their schedule with R&L, things like that. So when the truck was parked, we weren't listening to the truck.
Okay. And can you tell us how those devices in the truck worked as far as being able to monitor them? Were they just on and you just listened, or did it work differently than that?
Yeah, it worked differently than that. In my prior testimony about the device that was placed in the Wagner vehicle in 2017, it was like that type of device where you had to make a phone call to connect to the device and then begin recording that way. So it wasn't recording all the time. It required the monitor to call in, begin recording, and then listen and deem if they wanted to continue listening because it was pertinent, or to get a better understanding, or it could be minimized and not recorded. So it was the same type of idea as the device in 2017.
Okay. And again, you previously talked about the term minimized, and you just kind of said it there, but when it's minimized, is it recorded or not?
No.
Okay, so you can never go back and capture or listen to a part of the conversation that was, quote, minimized.
Correct.
Okay. And when you had this big training and case details were provided, do you recall who was providing that information?
I believe Agent Scheiderer was leading it, or I don't remember who the lead was, but there was input from a variety of people on the core investigative team. Myself and Dana, the other analyst that was assigned to the case, helped prepare the presentation. It gave a timeline of sorts, and there was input from different members of the investigative team, certainly.
Okay. And do you have a rough idea of how many calls were recorded?
I don't. It was more than we recorded in 2017, that was for sure, but there were more devices in 2018. But there was certainly more that was recorded and more that was deemed pertinent to the investigation in 2018 than there was in 2017.
Okay. And as part of being that subject matter expert, again, that required you to be intimate with the case details, correct?
Yes, those were people that were chosen by supervisors at BCI or the attorneys that were involved in the case, people designated as such. It couldn't just be like, I volunteered to do this. It was someone that was chosen, that had been there from the beginning. And I don't know exactly how many there were, but 5 or 6, I think, people that were there all the time. Myself and the other analyst, Dana, were the primary subject matter experts that were there in the wire room.
Okay. And as a result of your participation in that monitoring of the interception warrant, I guess we should start with, let's talk about when it was first instituted or implemented and the duration of it. If we could go ahead and have the PowerPoint, please.
I don't see anything on mine.
I don't have that.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to, this will be marked as State's Exhibit Quadruple I-1. And first of all, can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes. This was from a spreadsheet that we used in the investigation, but this basically outlays the devices that the interception warrants were obtained for, the dates of the original orders, and then if an extension was granted by the court for an additional 30 days, that date is on there as well. The trucks were granted 2 extensions, and then the phones were just slightly off with the dates with that. So on the far left side, you'll see the vanity name. The truck devices were named TS and then a letter, so A, B, C, and D. And then E, eventually one was replaced due to audio issues. And so that one has a later date because that was a replacement device. But there were 4 devices in the truck. On the transcripts, there is the name TSA or TSB, C, et cetera, will be listed on there, as well as the placement of the devices. So I believe the A1 was in the front passenger, there was one in the sleeper compartment of the truck, and so those would be designated on the transcript about, the location of those in the truck itself. And then going down to the bottom portion, the phones, they were TT2 through 9, and those were designated here with the phone numbers corresponding to the user of that phone.
Okay. And so what was the starting date of both the truck and the initial phones, which you went up on?
The dates of the first orders were signed May 24th, 2018. I don't recall specifically when information started coming in the system, but that was the date that the order was signed. And then the first 3 phones, George Wagner's phone, Jake Wagner's phone, and Angela Wagner's phone, were additionally signed on May 24th, 2018.
Okay. And then it appears Billy's was on June 4th.
Yes, June 4th, 2018. And then the final 3 phones were second numbers that were later obtained through the T3 or the intercept for George, Jake, and Angela. So those were replacement phone numbers for the previously intercepted phones.
Okay, so they had stopped using the first 3 phones there and replaced them with these
Yes.
phones?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall why you did not go up on Billy's phone at the same time as the other 3?
I don't recall the specific reason off the top of my head.
Okay.
No, I don't remember at this present moment.
And it appears that you were, the last basically, it appears that you went through the end of August as far as monitoring this, is that correct?
Yes, so the truck, the second extension was signed on July 27th, so that would have provided us another 30 days of listening. And then the last phones, George and Jake's phone, were granted extensions on August 16th, 2018, and I believe like the third week of August was generally around the last time that anything was recorded.
Okay. And now the phones, tell us how they operated differently than the truck devices.
So the phones, as I stated in my prior testimony about the 2018 intercepts, the phones are basically, in the most simple terms, the phone company routes a copy of the transactions that are occurring on that phone through their network to our computers to listen to. That's the most simple way to explain it, and then it comes into our system. It's all maintained. The truck data and the phone data was all kept in the same system, and you could easily, run them together. You could hear or see what other calls were taking place, and that was useful for the monitors that were assigned to the truck, that they could, if they heard conversation, they could know that one person was on the phone, things like that. So those were all kept in the same system. They were visible for all the monitors to see, but not listen to. It was, each person had an assignment when you were monitoring. So.
Okay. And did you prepare some recordings for us today of what you deem to be pertinent conversations?
Yes.
Okay. And just as a caveat, is this an exhaustive list? Is this all of the pertinent conversations, or did you pick samples?
These are a selection of them. There were many, many more.
Okay. Your Honor, before we play the first one, I don't, if you just want me to hand this and they can pass it around, the listening
Transcripts off
aid?
the first one, yeah.
Okay.
Double check those phone numbers just to make sure that the number.
It's correct. Start some here for you guys. Your Honor, can we approach for just a minute?
Object to what?
We've been through this, we object to this.
Your Honor, if we could I mean,
This particular thing that you're looking at here on the screen is not evidence either. The evidence is from the witness and from the audio tape itself. So just so that you're aware of what we're doing. Now, I think this is being presented to try to aid you in understanding, but the court's going to make some rulings on what we show and what we do not show, because you need to focus on the evidence, which is the audio tape itself, all right? And those listening aids that you have are just listening aids, and this that appears up here is not evidence either, all right? So you may proceed to ask your questions, if you have any more questions of this witness.
I have none. If we could please play, the audio will be 2A.
I can't help it. Your mom talks really loud on the phone. I was in the back room doing my job applications and stuff, and I couldn't help hearing that she was telling you that you ought to respect me again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. What did you say? So you couldn't help hearing what?
I couldn't help overhearing because I was in the back room and I heard your mom telling you that you should respect me again.
Oh.
Or more accurately, that you should never have quit respecting me. And, kind of ruined the day.
Well, all of my
I can't hear you. What was that?
saying that
What was that?
she wasn't exactly saying that I should still look at stop sign. It was more along the line of, are you sure like, are you just going to take what somebody said and just drop the subject? Because apparently somebody said something else that wasn't what she said before. Like, first it's did, it's did, it's did. I don't know. Something like that.
I didn't hear any of that. You keep freaking out.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
I said that Mom had said that she wanted to know if I could took what somebody said and just drop it after that. Because apparently somebody had told her that you did, but you did, but you did. Give me back and forth. Something like that or whatnot. I don't know exactly what she did. She's just extremely worried.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Are you okay?
Nope. What?
It's okay.
No, it's really not.
What?
It's not really sustainable to live with this kind of suspicion.
What was that?
I said it's not really sustainable to live under this kind of suspicion.
I think that.
Neither do I.
All I'm saying is she's going to leave it all up to me, and what happens, whether anything happens or not, is all on me. So, I don't know exactly what that is. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
What's wrong?
It's just really, really difficult to live with someone who thinks that I'm worse than a murderer. and he was so willing to believe it. Someone who's like jumping to believe that I'm worse than a murderer. All relationships are built by trust and destroyed by distrust. And this kind of distrust it's eating away on my soul.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, I know why she is like that. She was like that before. And it did be Judge's fault. I don't know.
It's probably Tabby's fault.
Oh yeah, actually, but both their fault. I'm sorry.
I know you are. Kind of makes me want to just not exist, so.
Something. It doesn't matter what my mom thinks I do, it doesn't matter what I.
Apparently what you're in sync with me is subject to change at the drop of a hat.
And was that the extent of that conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit quadruple I3.
Terry, could you, do you want the bailiff to gather these up?
I mean, that's okay. Yes, that's fine.
Want to get those? All the jurors, each juror should give your copy of that transcript to the bailiff here.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Quadruple I3. Oh, that's this. Okay.
This is call number 471 for this particular line. The date and time of the call is May 30th, 2018 at 21:50. It is an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Beth Wagner. The context notes read, Jake and Beth Wagner discuss the dynamic of the Wagner household.
Same objection.
All right. Again, I want these provided to defense counsel before they go up there. So we have some opportunity to discuss, or to object if they do, to whatever the comment portion is.
This is identical to the last slide, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection in this particular case, but I think before they go up there, a copy needs to be presented. I assume they exist in hard copy form somewhere.
Okay. Can we play quadruple I3A? Oh, sorry. Okay. Now, can you play that, please?
Okay, what part did you hear?
I heard that you love me and that it doesn't matter what she thinks about me, it just matters what you think about me. You say that, but I live with her 5 days out of the week and you 2 days out of the week.
I didn't hear you speaking out. So you say that, something.
But I live with her 5 days out of the week and with you 2 days out of the week. So it does actually matter.
Oh. Well, that's exactly, not actually what you think. It's just her not letting her guard down per se, because she doesn't want to take a chance. Or if she could be right, or no, be right, could be right, or it could be wrong. That's the topic, not her. That's the topic.
You do know, right, that I have to pretty much stay away from the kids the whole time you're gone, and if they come anywhere near me, she freaks out. And if, basically, if I have anything to do with them, it freaks her out, and so that freaks me out because, everything is on the line.
What do you mean?
I've told you Sophie keeps trying to close me in the bedroom in front. If I was to not be paying attention 100% of the time, and if she was to succeed and close and lock the door for more than 1 minute, your mom would see that as a possible time when I could have been abusing Sophie. So I'm virtually constantly on edge and constantly watching and constantly having to make sure that I don't touch the kids or that they don't follow me in a room or follow me into the house when your mom's not in there or anything like that. And she's constantly watching the same way, like having to make sure that they're not following me and make sure that we're not alone together. And it is extremely stressful for everybody concerned. And of course the kids don't understand why they can't play with me, and so they keep being like, hey, play like this, and I can't do it because yeah. So it's just really because, like I said, if there was ever a time when I wound up being alone in the house and alone in the room with either of them, that would be seen as a potential time when I could have been abusing one of the kids.
I don't know how to fix that. I'll try to figure out a way, but at this moment, I don't know.
Well, there's an easy way to fix it, but it's the way you don't like.
What?
Distance.
Yeah, that is true, but again, it's like literally putting out a relationship in a mailbox and shipping it around the world till it comes back.
Mm-hmm. Right now that's practically how it is anyway.
What is it?
I said right now that's practically how it is anyway.
How do you figure?
It's pretty much on hold as it is.
How?
Because of how Sophie doesn't likes me being here.
Yeah, but after a year, honey, I would say she'll get used to you, but you're still new to it.
You know, she's not going to accept me unless your mom does. You see that, right?
Well,
If your mom's on edge around me, she's going to be on edge around me.
yeah, I mean, I can try talking to mom about things, but honestly, it comes down to it. It really, I don't know. You really need to put your concerns in.
Really what?
Okay, when it comes down, I said I could try talking to mom about how you feel about this and that and whatnot. But when it comes right down to it, it'd be better if you talk to mom about how this is concerning you about donation stuff and whatnot.
She wouldn't care. That doesn't matter to her. See, your mom could care less how something affected me. That doesn't matter to her. The only thing that matters to her is the kids and you guys. So she doesn't care diddly squat how something affects me. Because, I mean, and think about it. If you had a snake in your house, and she sees me as a snake, if you had a snake in your house, you wouldn't care one bit how the machete you're swinging at the snake affects the snake. You don't care. And that's the way it is. So it doesn't matter how something affects me to anyone but you.
I'll talk to her.
I don't know if there's really any way of making anything different. I mean, as long as that suspicion is there, it's gonna be like this. And there's pretty much no way of disproving that suspicion either. So it's kind of there. I mean, obviously I could prove from this point on that I am not doing that, but there's no way to prove that I did not do that. And so, no matter what happens, that suspicion will still be there.
know. I'll have to talk to her about it. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Other than that, did you tell my mom that the whole first week we was together in that house and I tried to have sex with anywhere except with you?
I didn't say the whole first week. I said in the first week you did. Because she brought it up. She said that sometimes Sophie is a light sleeper or pretending to sleep, and so you might think she was asleep and she wasn't, and that she might have seen something during that time, like you might have thought she was asleep, and then she was talking about the shirt off comment that Sophie had made in the living room. And so I did tell her that during the first week we were living here, you had sometimes done that sort of thing after Sophie was asleep, like looking down my shirt or wanting to do something more in here. I didn't say that it was all week long. I said that just in the first week that did happen, that you had wanted to do some things in here after she was asleep. But that you realized within that first week, and me too, that that was not something that should be done. That happened.
Okay.
Don't you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the big deal?
How was it happening?
Why?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because, she had said that you said that I wanted every night, the first week. Well, the first week was every night, or whatever, something like that. And she asked me which one, yes or no. I said, no, it's inaccurate. Because there was so she's lying.
No, I said within the first week. I didn't say every single night. I mean,
It's not a big deal.
at least that was not what I intended to communicate at any rate. It was the only thing I intended to communicate was that during the first week, there were some events like that.
Look. It's not a big deal, it really is.
I feel like I'm living in Nazi Germany.
Where?
Nazi Germany.
I have no idea where that's at.
and again, is that the entirety of the portion of that call that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as quadruple I-4.
This is call number 621 from May 31st, 2018 at 12:03. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, Jake and Angela Wagner talk about Beth.
Okay. Okay, and if we can go ahead and play quadruple I-4, please.
Anyway, Beth Keys at the library again.
Yeah.
What is she doing at the library every day for 3 or 4 hours?
Using the internet.
To put in job applications?
Yeah.
What's she doing in the room for 3 or 4 hours or all day long when she tells me she's putting in job applications?
Besides the one job application.
There's that many jobs in Jackson and Oak Hill?
Jackson, Oak Hill, Minford.
She can't do Minford, Jacob. Now, she cannot work in Minford.
Okay, I have a question. So, what is the big deal of her working in Minford or even Portsmouth?
Because Tess's family is always over there.
They have no idea who she is.
I don't care. Did she get a library card to use that internet and stuff up there?
I don't know.
Well, Jacob, I think you do know.
I don't know.
You don't know if your wife got a library card or not.
No.
Okay. First off, she took pieces of paper up there yesterday to prove where she lived at. So that tells me that she got a library card.
Okay.
And we were supposed to not do anything till after the 7th of June. Do you remember that? They know who she is. You know that, right?
Wait a second. You didn't want to do absolutely anything at all till after the 7th of June?
I thought we were waiting. I thought we were holding off and stuff until after then.
Not in Southwestern.
You know what, Jake?
No, Tony was. I said there was Memphis, Jackson.
Why don't you just let her go to work in Portsmouth? Just let her go work in Portsmouth, Jake. Go ahead.
Ireton, Etna.
No, whatever. You know what? Just let her go. Let her go to work. Doesn't matter to me.
What is the big deal with this?
Well, I thought it was a big deal, Jake. I thought saving our butt and keeping us safe and keeping the kids safe was a big deal. That's what it is. Okay, I thought that was important.
Her getting a job. How is that a big deal? Her getting a job.
Well, I don't know. Quit, Wolverine. Sophie, quit. Go to the TV room and sit down. Now. I don't know, Jake. I don't know. You say we can't do this and we can't do that. You hide your truck and everything. Take everything off your truck and sell it so it don't even look like it's a normal truck. Basically give everything away. If it's not such a big deal, what'd you do all that for?
Okay, stop. You are delusional. You need to, 100%, you need your medicine.
Excuse me, Jacob. You will stop insulting me right now. You've done enough. Hey, you have done enough damage. You've done enough damage. Enough around here. Now, I'm telling you, you'll stop insulting me. You and George are both going to not treat me that way.
I'm not treating no way, Mom. You know this much. You need your hormonal medication or whatever that stuff is. But you are literally off the deep end.
Really, Jake? Really?
But you're making this out to be a big deal, and it's not. No,
Okay, let me settle.
Yes, I don't want my truck to be recognized because if they are recognized, everybody knows what it looks like. Especially those who got it.
Hang on a second. Listen to me, Jake. I told you.
don't want to be recognized, but when I take it over to Granny's house.
Hey, I told you. Oh, yes, listen. You can't take it over to Granny's house. But you can put her to work right where they all work at. And when she tells them that she lives down here, what did you think before? You know what? I don't care, Jake. I'm just done. I can't help you no more. But I'm going to tell you this. I want to tell you thank you, Jake. No, you're going to listen. I want to tell you thank you for what you did to Sophie. You did a really good job, Jake.
What did I do to her?
Oh, let's see. Beth is her mommy. I'm her grandmother. Beth didn't do anything wrong to her ever. It was just Sophie saying that. And everything's going to be fine now. She loves Beth more than me, and she believes Beth over me, and because I'm just her grandmother.
I never told her you was your grandmother.
Thank you so much. Oh, and not only that, because you had to go and tell Sophie that crap. Now she tells it to Bovine. Now Bovine has 50 million questions as to wanting to know how it is that I am Sophie's grandmother. So you've done enough damage.
How do I do damage, Mom? You're not her mother. You are her grandmother. Now, the only thing I've ever told her along that line was when we was in Alaska, she asked me who her grandmothers were.
No, Jake, I'm talking about just the other day.
I told her
Unless you want to call your daughter a liar again, and you probably will, and then believe everybody else under the sun.
No, I'm not, Mom.
Just like...
Okay, and again, is that a fair and accurate copy of the portion of that conversation that you prepared for us?
Yes.
And can you tell us on May 30th and May 31st, when these first initial calls are being made, was that prior to the investigators doing any investigative activities?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the significance of June 7th of 2018 was?
There were a number of conversations that referenced June 7th, 2018. It was in reference to what was deemed a one-year mark of abandonment by Tabitha in reference to Bullvine. So there were many references to June 7th specifically in terms of abandonment.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as quadruple I-5, if you could tell us what that is.
This is call 626 on this particular line. It was on May 31st, 2018 at 12:10. It was an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes say Jake and Angela Wagner talk about relationships with the kids and Beth.
Plain Mount, State's Exhibit quadruple I-5A.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Now, look, I told her one time in Alaska that you was a grandmother, Mama was a grandmother, Lindsay was a grandmother, and Grandma Geneva was a grandmother, and Gary Poland and Granny Wagner was a grandmother. She never said nothing about it.
No, she said you told her this just the other day. Whenever you had her make Beth go to town with you guys. That's okay though, because you know what? It has caused so many thingamajiggers going on now. I don't know how I'm going to fix this problem.
Hey, Layla, you told me that I should tell Sophie.
No, I said, Jacob, if you chose not to put Sophie first and not to believe Sophie, and that you had to have that other part of life, then you would just have to tell her that. That would be your only option.
That's
what I told you.
That is not
Yes,
what
it
you
is.
said. Hey, now, you said that if I felt God was telling me that this didn't happen, that's the truth, but it was, I should follow my heart and what God was telling me. Now you're telling me that she told me not to trust, that I either don't trust Sophie or kick my wife to the curb? That's what you're saying you said?
No, Jake. Look, you know what? I don't care what you do with your life. I don't. But from here on out, when it messes with mine or it messes with
I'm not
mine,
taking a bulldozer or
please,
or whatever.
do not cause problems.
I'm not trying to.
Oh, and another thing, the other thing is, the next time that your wife thinks she's going to cause problems whenever I'm trying to get Sophie and Bullvine to calm down for a little bit, and you call me and then I'm like, are you putting the kids to bed? Let me tell you something. When I'm ready to tell you that Sophie's ready to talk to you on the phone and I'm really putting them to bed, I'll call you. Because I've never not done anything like that so you could tell Sophie, unless she just fell asleep and I didn't know it.
What are
So
you
I don't
talking
need,
about?
I don't need some, how'd you know I put them to bed last night, Jake?
Beth told me. Because I told her
That's
to.
right.
Because I told her to.
Well, let me tell you something.
I said, make sure, I told her, make sure you call us when we go to bed. She said, okay, hung up, okay? And I called Beth. Said, make sure that Sophie calls me before she goes to bed.
Well, guess what? Beth was hiding in her little bedroom closet in their corner wherever she hides all day long and sits all day long. So let me tell you something. I don't like snoopers. I don't like people who do stuff behind my
That's
back.
not called snooping, Mom. That's called, I asked her to make sure when Sophie started to go to bed, when she's going to go to bed, so that she would call me so I could tell her good night.
Don't you think she should have come to me and said, hey, are you putting them to bed?
Okay. She
No,
said,
I reckon she shouldn't. So, you know what?
What she said was that you put the kids in the room and you just forget when she put to bed, so I think she put them to bed. She done exactly what I told her to do.
Whatever. But I'm going to tell you what's wrong, Jacob. Because I am sick and tired of you making an excuse for every single thing that person does when you act like you're so blind you cannot see the light right in front of you.
She's doing exactly what I told her to do.
Of course she is, Jake. And it's a misunderstanding on my part, right? Right?
Okay, Mom, you know what?
Tell me that, Jake. Say it to me.
What?
I dare you to tell me it's a misunderstanding on my part.
On what?
Well, I don't know. That seems to be every time I can prove to you that she's lying, you always scream it. She screams, it's a misunderstanding. Or, I didn't know. Or, I'm from Texas.
Mom, I lied, but no, you have not proved she is lying. And everything you said she was lying about, I proved to you that it wasn't the thing. Not by saying, oh, this is a lot of things, something I haven't worked into her mouth. No, I asked her exactly what you said about that deer antler, and she told me exactly what you said and what you did. And you said, you know what? You said
No, Jacob, no.
Away. That's exactly what
I
she
did
said.
not say put it away. No. I said
Mom,
put it
stood
up.
right there. You stood right there, and you said it.
Jacob, I didn't say put away. I said put it up over there for her, upside down.
Away or something like that.
Something like that. There's a big difference, Jake. Whenever I tell her to put it over to the side, or where Sophie can see it like bullseye upside down, and she puts it up in the top of the closet where Sophie can't even get it. There's a big difference in that.
Yeah, but that is a misunderstanding. she thought you said you put it up so they couldn't get hurt on it.
How many misunderstandings is there gonna be, Jacob?
There could be a few, Mom, because she and I don't even have the same language, language barrier.
Like she clearly just got so mad at me for no reason at all, she wanted to get me a life sentence, right? That's a misunderstanding too.
Oh my gosh, Mom. I love you to death, Mom.
I told you, Jake, I would not trust her. I told you that.
You are on, okay, Mom, you need your medicine. You'll be a little more mellower. And
What medicine, Jake? What medicine do I need?
Your hormone medicine.
My hormone medicine, that's not due yet, Jacob.
Well, which one is like $500, Mom?
That's my fibromyalgia medicine, Jake, that I barely ever take.
Well, I don't know what is wrong with you, Mom. I really don't. But there is something wrong with you.
It's under the kitchen sink, Sophie. What is wrong with me, Jake, is I'm just telling you how it is. I'm telling you what's going on, and you're not. You're like, Sophie, you've got my bones. Sophie, too, I have been there through thick and thin, through hell and back for. Looks at me and tells me she believes Beth over me.
Mom, she's 4 years old. She has no idea
She's
what's
4 years old. She's repeating what you told her.
I never told her that.
Yes, you did, Jacob.
No, I didn't.
Well, you know what? Unlike you, I believe Sophie, and I'll never put anyone else in front of her.
Mom, you are
So you know what? Because you know what? I know you did, Jake. I know you did.
You don't, because I didn't say that.
Well, then let me ask you this, Jacob. You remember that one day you said not to bring nothing up? This is the last thing I'm ever going to tell you. Remember that one time when you told me it was horrible? I thought about it day and day, how it was so horrible to have somebody constantly rag you and say bad things about you and insult you, and you said Hannah done that to you. And I thought about that all the time. How could she, you went through that, and I didn't know it, and I felt so bad because you're my son. Well, you know what your wife does? She insults you constantly when you're not around. All she ever does is say bad stuff about you. So you tell me how your life is so different.
Okay, let me ask you, Mom. She says, on La La Land and don't pay attention. That's not bad. That's the truth.
Oh, and that you're naive and you're dumb and you're stupid.
Okay, I haven't heard her ever tell me that I was dumb or not.
That's right, Jacob. And you know what? You would, I'm sorry. And you don't know how to be a father to Sophie, or George doesn't know how to be a father to Bullvine. Should I go on or wait? I'm sorry, you don't believe a thing I say anymore. So you know what, Jake? I can't help anymore. And now you got Sophie, to where Sophie don't listen to anything I say. So I can't even help her when something really happens to her and you don't listen. So she has no one.
Mom, I love you. I really do. You have a mental break. I'm serious. You have a mental breakdown because we've been here that I'm going to move out and...
Excuse me?
Mom, I love you.
Hey, Jake, let me tell you something. You want to move out? That's fine. And yeah, you take Sophie. I can't stop you. But I'm going to tell you something. If you take her and move her in instead, I'll never get an ounce of rest. Because I know Sophie will be in danger.
She's not in danger.
Yes, she is.
You can't say, I know she's in danger, Mom. You're paranoid.
No, Jake, I know she is.
No, you do not know she is.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Knowing something is stone cold proof, Mom. Okay, like saying, okay, I saw stop.
Jacob, when you convince a 4-year-old that it was their fault that you sat on them and was jerking their hair with a hairbrush, and you convince a 4-year-old that, you are an evil person.
You know what? I'll talk to Sophie again when I get home. I clarified the thing, but no, I did not tell her that.
Okay, well, you know what, Jacob? I'm never saying another word. Whatever she feels, whatever she believes, I'm never saying another word because she's just getting more upset. And I'm not doing it to her. So you don't do it on my account. But if you love her, you need to think about things and stop thinking about yourself. And stop thinking about
myself.
Stop thinking, Jacob, stop thinking that everything's okay because somebody tells you something. It's not okay just because someone tells you something. People are not trustworthy. You should know that.
Oh, that's nice, Mom. But okay, this is your problem, Mom. This is your problem. If it's not one of the four of us, then it's not trustworthy. There are trustworthy.
Not when they do inconceivable things, Jacob. Not when somebody does inconceivable things like that has been done up front, immediately, no.
Mom, I love you. You know what? She thought, and I don't really know exactly what she thought. I'm assuming she thought that was a way of getting her to stop doing that. And you know what? It was wrong. She ain't gonna do it again. It's really plain and simple.
Yeah, she ain't never gonna do it again.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Jacob. Can I tell you something about people? When you put Sophie with her and I'm not around, and there's no one around to see it, she's already gotten away with getting Sophie to believe that the first time was her fault. And the way Beth was raised and the mental issues she has with her family, it'll happen again, and it'll happen again.
No.
And you'll never know until it's too late, because Sophie won't tell you, because she'll be afraid that she'll be convinced it's her fault, and she'll be scared to death that Daddy will be upset with her, and she'll run something Daddy wanted to make Daddy happy.
You know what?
And you'll never know,
Mom,
Jake.
stop it right now. If Sophie can hear you, that's what she's getting that crap from you.
No, Sophie cannot hear me. And she's not getting it from me, and you're not blaming this one on me, Jacob. This one is all on you.
I'm not blaming anybody, Mom, but you're overreacting. She is 4 years old. And but tell you what, she tells me she hates me, doesn't love me anymore, and she loves Uncle Joey. And then a couple hours later, it's like she loves me. So if she tells you she loves Beth more than you right now, it's not a big deal. It'll be the opposite whenever the next couple hours. We're having a breakdown over it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, Jacob. That's fine. That's fine. Look, whatever. I gotta go.
You know what you need? You need to go back to church. That's what you need.
Jacob, I have faith. Okay? You and George need to get your life together, and you need to realize what's important. Because you're straying off the path.
What?
That's what you're doing.
No, staying off the path of what you think? That it?
This has got nothing to do with me, Jacob.
Well, Mom, I love you. I'm doing what I think is right.
Okay, Jacob, let me ask you something. Do you think it's right to put Woolvine in the middle of something, huh? Or to ruin his life? I don't think that's right. Let me tell you something, Jake. I don't trust her around Woolvine. Why do you think I don't want him in that bedroom back there? I will never leave him alone with her, ever.
Oh, Mom, I love you. Okay, I love you. Okay? I don't know what to tell you on that one. I don't know what to tell you on that one.
Let me tell you something, Jacob. You don't think it's odd that she said, when she was telling me about what they did to her, that up until a while back, when she said, what was it, that I forget how long she said it was, she didn't even realize it was wrong what her and her brothers was doing? Jacob,
What?
did you not hear what I said?
I didn't hear you. But
You
no,
don't think there was anything wrong with that?
okay, first off, Mom, they're inaccurate on your side. Until she was 13, she didn't know. And then, until she was 21, she thought her family loved her, and she realized they didn't.
Okay, let me tell you something, Jacob. And take it down to the sheriff's office, since it doesn't matter who knows where we are. Take it to the sheriff's office and let her turn those people in. Let her file charges. I told her to do it. I asked her how come she didn't do it if it was so wrong and she couldn't stand them and stuff. And you know what she told me? She didn't have money for an attorney. Well, you know what? People who are sexually abused by family members and stuff don't need money, Jake. All they gotta do is walk down and turn them in.
That is true. And I've talked to him about it several times. And
Then what's the excuse?
well, there's two reasons. One, she'll have to go to the courtroom and testify and have the money all back up and all the whole situation's all back up.
Well, if she wants to get on with her life, she needs to do it.
She's already got on for life. And two, she's afraid of her older brother.
Why?
Because they, you know, the thing about it, Mom, I know it's tough. Yeah, she can take him to court, probably not. But if she can't prove it, then it gets thrown out.
Okay, Jacob, let me tell you
And that's
something,
what she's
okay?
afraid of, is if she can't prove it.
Let me tell you something, okay? If she doesn't do anything, she's accepting it. Just like Tabby and them.
No, Mom, that is not. That is.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh, you know what, forget it, because it doesn't matter what I say to you, you are, never mind.
No, you don't understand something, okay? Tabby embraced it and just went with it and then continued her life in the same way, never got out of the boat, brainwashed, okay? There's a difference in not doing something about it because you think it's right and not doing something about it because you decide to move on. And it's a possibility that if they don't get convicted, then she's afraid of what might happen afterwards. There's a big difference in that.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, and I just don't want to deal with it, okay? I don't. It's all right, just let it go.
And then there's a possibility, okay? Let's say, because her older brother is psycho anyway, let's say that he doesn't get convicted, okay? Not only would that put her in danger, that puts me and Sophie in danger, because she lives with us.
Oh, what do you care? You already put us in danger, all of us.
Oh, how did I put you in danger, Mom? How did I put you in danger? Please tell me, how did I do that?
Well, Jake, you done brought this in on us. Now we got to deal with it.
You don't have to deal with nothing.
Oh, I don't got to deal with nothing. Okay. Okay. That's all right. Look, just let it go, Jake. Forget it. It's all right. I'll take care of myself.
All right.
Just forget it. Seriously, don't worry about it, Jake. Okay? I'll never ask you. I'll never say another thing. I'll never ask you nothing else. Okay?
Well, whatever, Mom. I don't know what
No, I won't.
No, Mom, it's public. You just can't understand that it's possible that someone might think differently than you do. Okay?
No, Jake.
No, it is, because it's just the exact same way that these guys think that I must be lying if I think differently than a normal person.
No, Jacob. It's the fact of everything that you are the one who told me. You, Jake, you made 90% of our plans, okay? 90% of them. The things about Sophie and about Bullvine, you guys made those. I followed your decisions, Jake. Don't let on like I'm the bad guy. I did what you guys said. Hey, I've let you guys have the run of stuff for quite some time.
And
I've not said anything.
Alaska.
Then you should have made some money, Jake.
I was making money.
Really? What were you going to do, Jake? Wait a minute. What were you going to do? Oh, yeah, you would never see Sophie, Jake, and Sophie was miserable there. So was Bullvine.
Well.
You know what? You don't care what I think or anything. Why don't you just go back?
I ain't got the money to go back. Nor do I have the resources.
You can come up with some money. You can have your job back. I'm sure they'll give you your job back right away.
Yes, they would. They absolutely would. Yeah, no, you're right. One, I got to get there. And two, I don't know, maybe you didn't realize it or not, but whenever George Fred takes Bullvine, somebody busted down balling. I'm not going to do that to her.
Wait, you're going to take her away? You're going to take her away and stick her in a house?
Well, I'm going to take her a couple 100 yards away. Wow.
You know, I don't know who you're going to have teach her. Who are you going to have teach her and stuff, Jake, whenever I'm not there to do it?
What are you talking about?
Please, God, don't tell me you're going to have Mrs. Philosopher who don't know crap teacher.
Okay, Mom, stop insulting. Look at my insult. You insult her every day. You can't quit insulting her.
Just forget it,
Hey,
Jake.
no, it's still Granny gets that calendar and goes whether she doesn't know if she is or not. So I can come and know if I'm going to buy it or she's going to buy it. Then you're going to teach her. Then on the weekends, I'll help her.
What? Let's go. Look, I'm going to go. Don't worry about it. Just forget it. Forget I said anything. I swore I wasn't going to say nothing to you.
Just because she goes to the library so she can get good internet, so she can apply for jobs, so her phone doesn't crash because the internet's so slow. And the website thing, he doesn't format it for her phone, so she can use the computer instead. And I'm telling her to go to this place, this place, this place, this place to go for jobs. You think it's the end of the world?
I don't think it's the end of the world, Jacob.
Nobody
I never
knows
said
what
that.
none of the people in Ohio, except for those people on topic, don't even know what she looks like.
Hey, I know, all I said, okay, Jacob, all I said was, look, I gotta go. I just forget it, okay? Just, I don't care. I don't care anymore, but I don't want to hear no more about, I don't want to hear no more of everybody else has to hide or not do something.
I think you need to hide from Patty until June 7th. Yes, I do.
Well, whatever. Whatever. Look, I gotta go, okay? I gotta go. Just forget it, Jake. I'll just go take some meds.
What?
Nothing, Jake. I gotta go.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I said I gotta go.
That's not what you said.
Look, I gotta go, Jake, okay? It's fine. I just gotta go.
Whatever, bye.
Okay, and so that conversation, was that actually the full conversation that they had during that call?
Yes.
And was that a continuation of the call that we had just heard previously that I believe got cut off?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this was during the time before BCI renewed its investigative activities.
Yes.
Okay, showing you now what's been marked as quadruple I-6.
This is call number 44 from this particular line. This is a recording from a device from the truck marked TSC. It was a device found in the sleeper compartment of the truck. The date and time for the call was May 31st, 2018 at 12:15. And the context notes read, George and Jake Wagner talk about Beth and the kids.
And just again as reference, did you find that some of the devices in the truck were better at recording than others, or capturing conversations, I should say?
Yeah, it was also dependent on who was talking. Sometimes the front passenger, if they were both awake and talking, captured the best conversation. We had oftentimes more than one monitor on the truck, so you could sometimes attempt to get better audio on one, and have two different sessions of the same audio, just trying to get the better conversation.
Okay, better quality recording?
Yes.
Okay.
But there certainly is road noise that was found in the recordings. They're driving down the road most times, so there will be some road noise, or the doors opening, closing, things like that.
Okay, if we could go ahead and play quadruple I-6A, please.
One officer said that she touched her inappropriately, and you believe facts over her as your fact. As a fact, what kind of lockdown sack of shit would do that to another child and believe somebody else? Wait a minute, you believe that? Nobody said that she lied. Just for some purpose she thought you were going to leave, because you were already gone after you had that talk with her, and she thought you were leaving because she gets yourself back, she might have lied again. You ever think about that? Well, I'll tell you, they're on now. Now, what's happening? I didn't tell God that I was lying. I told God that I wanted to just come to know you. God don't do everything he asks for, man. That is so true. It is 100% true. Yeah. Never said 100% flat. It is true. Oh, man. Matthew 21:21. Jesus answered and said to him, Jesus, and have faith. No doubt he shall not only do what you've done to the victory, also he shall say to the mountain, be thou removed, thou be cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever he shall ask in prayer and believe, it shall receive. Okay? Don't work that way anymore. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's not. Have faith and undoubtedly faith that it will happen. Little women, why is Grandpa dead? Grandpa who? Huh? Why don't my grandparents die when I asked specifically to let them make me cry got back to speaking one more time? Tell me why, Dick, if you'll do it every freaking time, he'll do everything you ask for. Okay, so tell me why. I will tell you why. It's your fault. It ain't my fault. Yes, it is. It's your fault. It's your compensation her fault. Are you walking in? Are you trying to do exactly what God wants? Or are you getting saved? It fucking don't work anymore. It does. It does not. If someone, your God is probably just being molested, you believe a freaking whore over her. What? You will not insult my wife. I will insult your wife. No, you won't. That's until she proves trustworthy. Until she proves distrustworthy. She's done proved distrustworthy. She's also got her capitalized. No, you have not. We have done. Have not. Have not. You're just too fucking blind to death by your freaking demon she put one on you. No, Georgia has not. You two, you and Mom, ought to be swore up and down. You never let a woman come between you and son. They shall not. They've just been letting her pushing her way in between. Wrong. Yo, 2 weeks ago, me on the way home. Okay? Specifically, you've been putting 4 times more effort in the freaking fence and putting Spiky on the back burner. No, I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm not. We get out, walk around the corner of the freaking house, and try to get ours. That untaxed that gives you a hot first. You didn't even hot stuff first. You hot her first. After being gone for a week. Yeah, she got there first. Okay? You should have said, no, man. That's my daughter. I'm hugging my daughter first. I haven't seen her in a week. That's what you said the other time. You come home from work and be gone for only 8 hours, okay? You ignore me, you ignore Mom, you ignore Dad, you ignore so-so. You were straight to tonight, and you spent 2 to 3 hours to be alive. Don't tell me you ain't been putting her on the back burner. I'm not putting her on the back burner. Don't think it hurts her when you run to get back to her first. It does deliberately. Look to you, look to something and praying for you. Deliberately to cut us off. Can I afford to just be involved with this in that one? How about you? I'm going to destroy your relationship. Okay? There's simply mine and yours. I don't trust mine. I know better. I'll read my Bible. All right. Okay. Okay. Now we're looking wow. What I have seen things happen. Your next one told you. Devil uses the way you misunderstand, but you're misunderstanding, misinterpretation. You twist that book around in your head. Wrong. Devil can't do that, George. He can't get you. He has a lot more power on this earth over here. No, I don't know. That's not why I'm going to say that. That's true. He's not all knowing. He's not all places. But one thing, oh yes, Jason is Jesus. You can't create. Okay, Dad. Can, right? Can't do any of this stuff you claim you cannot create. You cannot be all places. He does not know everything. Okay, Dad. God's all seeing and all knowing, right? That's true. Why didn't he cast you to hell before he took any more places? He knew he was going to do it. Or his plan, George. This is why. God knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing. And you are not questioning. It's one hand number as long as 15 times here. You ask what happened to Grandpa? Nobody? Right there. You're just saying, you don't have the faith. Lord is going to keep the ball around the same way. It's going to get repaid. It's all around the exact same way again. So how George? Every freaking time. We're probably on try 200. And you're telling say something, don't you? If you still want free will, they're going to get you. I don't care who you are. I love you. You ain't going to see your prayers answered. Acting like that. Ready? I've got my prayers answered my entire life. When I tried to walk straight down, George, you tried for the wrong reason. I was playing Dave Bixby. Okay? I'm talking about long before that long anymore. And I demonstrate terror. I didn't say any bad words. I didn't do anything wrong. I said all my prayers and I was supposed to say. Now, what prayer did I get in? Not one. What was your prayer, George? You prayed selfish prayers? Was it all about you? Was it all about you? Yes, it was. Prayer got answered. Good, that's fine. Pray something. Every prayer gets answered. Yes, no, or wait. She told you what happened. If she didn't lie and say it didn't happen, you wouldn't come back. She told you you'd leave. If right after she tells you you leave for the road, after she lied, you could come back. I love you. Dad, I only took 50%. Bruce, I took 50%. I got Mom 80%. You used to be in 100. Until you married her and started putting all your trust in her. You're bringing her into the family and the business. After such a short period of time, it makes you never like you. You don't have the power. Now, you got 10%. No, not, buddy. You know what? Hey, I do judge you 100%. And that's my best life inside. You want to get? I do trust them 100%. 100%. Now, no. Do I grab something like that? If these guys pulled her out the street and arrested her, showed all the evidence they showed us, whatnot, that this, and that, I feel that she would say, oh, it must be true. Nope. I feel that she would tell them that's not true. What if they arrest her, take her to the emergency room and handcuffs, and then she's going to spend her life in an electric chair? Again, I feel that she would, A, tell them that it's not true. I know. Mexico, they said she just admitted to it. She went to the electric chair. She's a great son. I believe she would say, take you down. Yeah, sure. I don't believe that one. Okay, so say if we all went to the election, or this guy arrested guy, would I want her to ask Sophie while I was in jail? No. I don't
trust she was able to be able to do the right thing with Sophie while I was in jail on her own. Not because I don't technically trust her, because she don't have the know-how. And she hasn't been a female enough to know exactly how I would want it done, so that she sometimes know how to do it. So to an extent, I trust her. But to an extent, she hasn't got there yet. That's what I can describe that to. I guess you could call that 50-50. It's more plain, blunt English. More along the lines, it's more like 100. In some aspects, it's 100. In some aspects, it's not. I always worry about something. Right? I'm the terrible explainer. You guys do always don't understand. And I basically understand the word coming out of my mouth. I said, I understand. That's not worth having. I'm not worth having. But you understand what's behind the life. Want someone to be there with you. Understand that. I don't want to be alone in life. Don't you come out of me. I would be alone in a heartache. I will never, ever put Josie to mine or my son. When I come home after a week, mine and son get the hug before Josie here. Then mine and son will be going to do something. We're going to do something with them before I do something with Josie. Well, no, take that. You take my call first. If mine and son tell me something that Josie did, if she said it's a lie, I don't care. Mine and son's right.
And is that the complete audio that you prepared for that portion of that conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have a break, please?
Say it again. What was it? Break?
I think it's time for our morning break.
Yeah. You do that. Does council want to approach just a minute? Let me try to get some idea of our schedule. Probably makes sense to combine this with our lunch break. So I'm going to instruct the jurors to be back to the jury room at 1 o'clock. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything else you wish to put on the record before we recess until 1? All right, we are then in recess until 1. Jurors to assemble at the jury room at that time.